We're live.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome to Kat's Novel Adventures. Today is my very first live stream, and I thought it would be fun to kick off some sprints. Not kick off the sprints, but kick off Folklore February with some sprints. And Folklore February is a month-long readathon where we'll be reading folk tales, fairy tales, and fables. And I'm being joined on this first sprint by my friend Kelsi. Woohoo! From Slum and Slashes.
That is me. Not only is it a readathon you're doing, it is your first readathon, we should say.
Yes. It's a bunch of firsts for sure.
Yes, first stream on your channel, first readathon. You're doing it, Kat. You're doing it.
And look, actually, I'm like checking off lots of things off my 23 for 2023 list.
Like in 1 month. Yeah.
I know, in 1 month. It's just crazy. Hello, Retro Betty Reads.
Hi.
Oh, let me put you up. I learned how to do this.
Yes, we practiced.
Yay!
Yay, you did it, Kat.
I'm going to have lots of like yay moments because as long as technology works. So Retro Betty Reads says, hello, so fun to get a jump start on my February reading. Yes. And you have some fabulous choices on your list. I loved everything that I saw in there, especially the Edward Tulane book by Kate DiCamillo. That looks awesome.
Ooh, the Who Pushed Humpty Dumpty.
Who Pushed Dumpty Dumpty?
It's a book.
Humpty Dumpty on there. It was really cute. You should check it out on Instagram.
Yeah, I'm on there right now. I was going to share our stream.
Hello, Mary.
Hi.
You're here. You made it. Mary and I might actually read The Midnight Library together by Matt Haig. Yes. I think
I've been wanting to read that.
We're both going to have kind of a break maybe in March. So I think that might be when we do it. And look who else is here. Amy Noel. Woohoo!
Hey, Amy.
There you are. Couldn't find this. LOL. I had to go to Instagram. Oh, no.
I'll share it on my Instagram, too. That's what I'm trying to work on. I'm not ignoring you, Kat, even though my head is down. It's not because I'm like, I'm bored. Never.
Oh, my goodness.
It's like when you're trying to find something and you're like, I can't find it, even though I was just looking at it.
Oh, no. She says I have it as unlisted. Oh, no. What do I do? I
told you to make it public.
I know. I forgot. How do I do it? What do I do?
You go to YouTube.
Okay.
You go to the YouTube studio like we practiced.
Am I still on the camera, Kelsi?
Yeah. Yes. I'll take over for you.
You see, I knew something was going to go wrong. It
always
will go wrong. Okay.
So what is everyone reading, by the way, while Kat is doing this real quick?
While I'm trying to figure this out.
So tell me when you're on the YouTube studio tab.
I'm on the YouTube studio tab. I'm going. I know what to do.
Just like you would go to replace your thumbnail or your description. Remember the little edit button?
I wish I could have scheduled it. Why didn't it schedule? Was I supposed
to schedule it through StreamYard? Yeah.
I did schedule it through StreamYard.
And it did say you must not have put it as public, though. You must have accidentally put it as unlisted when you scheduled it.
Is it public now?
Did you change it from unlisted to public and press save on the video part?
Let's see. I mean, it's showing public on visibility.
Yep, I just got an alert. So yes.
Okay. So I can leave this the YouTube thing.
Yes,
right?
You are good now. I am going to share it. And I just saw myself like show. So we're running. Yay.
Okay. Thank goodness for Amy coming, because otherwise I would never know.
I checked your video too, and I guess I didn't see that. You're like, is everything okay on this? And I failed.
Well, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to figure that out, because I thought when I made it scheduled on StreamYard, it would automatically go live on the video through YouTube.
Oh.
So can you schedule it in YouTube too?
You can, but you don't want to do it that way.
Okay.
I wouldn't do it that way. We've got all kinds of people joining. We've got
I
Turning Pages
know.
with Sarah Ann. Hi.
Okay, here I want to see Amy's comment here. At least we caught it quick. Yes, Amy, you are the savior. Thank you.
Yay, the
You,
savior.
I knew it. I knew something.
Kat was all nervous and she's like, I'm gonna be nervous and something's gonna go wrong.
Well,
You made it happen.
this would always happen when I was telling Kelsi, whenever I used to direct at WYS, right before we would go on air, I would have like all these like nerves because something was going to go wrong.
I can understand because I used to get nervous directing too. I used to hate directing.
Mary says, this is complicated. You will figure it out. I did. Thanks to all these wonderful people here.
You did.
Oh my gosh. It would have been terrible if Kelsi would have been here too. Kelsi would have been like dead air. People would have been staring at me trying to figure out my stuff.
You mean if I wasn't here and you were
not
alone?
here, yeah. Yes. Oh, good. Retro Betty starting with Miraculous Journey of Edward Tulane. Thank you. I need this moral support.
I'm sharing it now too.
Sarah Ann, hello. Is it showing live on my channel though?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fine. Everything is good now.
Everything's good. I'm gonna have to figure that out because I'm still don't really understand it. My technical brain is not working. Amy, you scheduled in StreamYard, then you have to go to YouTube and adjust the listing. Do I adjust the listing before?
Well, you already did it.
On?
No,
I know. Do we adjust it right before we go on?
No. Next time you just want to schedule for later and make sure it says public. It's fine to have it public, but scheduled for later. Okay. If that makes sense. We'll go through it after.
Okay, good. Hello, Susan. How are you? Welcome to my first sprints and my debacle.
It's not a debacle. It's already going fine. You already fixed it.
Oh my goodness.
Go and get excited, Kat. It's Folklore February, and it's actually a tongue twister.
Mary's reading Jane Eyre and Dear Mrs. Bird, but for today I will start Son of the Deep. Ooh, that all sounds awesome.
Kat, what are you reading today?
Okay, I just want to say that I've been very productive in all kinds of areas in my life, like learning all this stuff, and have failed at reading. Like we're supposed to be talking books and I can't even read anything. I only finished one book in January, which is
No Exit.
Yes, that's it. Which is so mind-boggling to me. I am not even halfway through Stardust by Neil Gaiman. I was supposed to finish this for the Cozy Cottage Book Club. I attended their meeting because I was like, so many chapters in, and I wanted to attend at least one meeting.
Yeah.
And was trying so hard to finish by yesterday, but I failed. So the good news is Stardust is a fairy tale for adults.
So that counts.
Yeah. So
and you said the Wizard of Oz counts, right? Like
yes, it does.
Okay,
yes,
that's
Wizard
on my
of Oz
TV.
Counts, yes. But the other thing too is I also wanted to start my Agatha Christie book in January, so I could say I started it in January for my official year of Christie, which I filmed that video today, and hopefully it will be out on Friday.
So you're filming things, you're doing things, you're learning things,
and I'm learning things, but I'm not reading. Like by the time I actually sit down to be able to read, I'm so tired I can't even do it. So hence the reason I picked picture books.
Well, it's actually great that you told me like picture books, and I was like, oh hell yeah, because my February TBR is out of control. Like Swan Song, for one, for my book club by Robert McCammon is so long. And then Amy and I are reading episode 13 for her book club, and that is also long. Excuse me. I'm starting that, or I started that last night. So that's pretty good so far. I'm like 34 pages in. I got a head start. I started it like, even though it was the 31st, it was after midnight. So I counted it as February.
Well, that's fine. That's okay.
I'm going to finish it in February. So, I mean, I just got a little head start,
I
barely.
Think sometimes even if you start just a couple of days before the month, when you finish it, because you're finishing it in that month, you can't really say that you finished it in the month before if you weren't finished, right?
Yeah. Well, Right, right.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot to read because we have your book, I mean, our book club together. We have that book to read.
Yep.
I'm reading another book for the Cozy Cottage, plus all my folklore stuff. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but and I'm gonna be reading everything with my eyes.
No audiobooks for you. Just your eyeballs.
Amy says I'm reading These Violent Delights right now. I'll switch later on and read something for the readathon. Yay! I love hearing that. I'm so happy we can do picture books. That's so helpful. My TBR goes up tomorrow. Perfect. I'll be looking for it. Yeah, I don't see why you can't read picture books. I mean, a lot of fairy tales, were orally told at first, but then as they were recorded and handed down generation to generation, you have all these wonderful illustrators and authors who retell it. I don't see why, and they're beautiful. I mean, picture books are books.
I mean, I don't think you've seen it yet, but on my TBR, the picture book I found for Little Red Riding Hood, it has these beautiful cutouts. It is like one of the most
Ooh.
beautiful little picture books I've ever seen. I'm
Mhm.
so excited about it.
Yeah, that's how my Pinocchio book is that I got from Italy. My friend Roxanne brought back. It's got cutouts in it. But my
Yeah.
Little Red Riding Hood book's got that little Monsieur Cocodrie that I can
Oh,
like
I got a Cajun one
play with.
too, but I got a different one than you. Mine's called Petite Rouge.
Ooh.
So mine's a different Cajun one. I didn't know there was multiple Cajun Red Riding Hoods, but hey.
Susan says, I am going to finish The King's Decree and then I may start Aesop's Fables. Excellent. And bear with me, guys. Bear with me.
You got it, Kat. You got it.
Oh, you're here. Hey there. She
Hello.
says, just noticed your sprint. Yay. Well, Mitzi, that is because it was unlisted until I made it public. So this is my first time doing sprints. So I'm excited to do it, but nervous at the same time. I'm just gonna admit it.
It's fine, Kat. You're doing great. You're killing it.
I'm killing it. Woohoo.
Yes. That's
So
the highest praise
that's
that I can give personally. It's a good thing.
and Mitzi says, well, you figured it out. So well done. Yes. With the
Yay.
help of Amy and with the help of Kelsi, it's always good to have such good friends in this community for sure.
The community is the best.
Thank you, Amy. I appreciate it. So Miss Kelsi will not be able to stay with us throughout the whole entire sprints because Kelsi, do you want to let them know where you have to go?
Yeah, I got to go to a lame ass basketball game. And also I have to exercise. Bleh. And I don't want to. Guess what I have to do today for exercising? Running. I don't want to run.
Are you going to run outside or are you going to run on the treadmill?
On the treadmill today because when it gets kind of late like this, I mean, it's not that late, but the traffic gets bad and I have to cross a street and it's just easier to do it in the garage,
Oh,
even
yeah.
though like I look at the distance and it feels like it goes excruciatingly slow. Like I'm like, come on, I know I've run longer than this. Like I know I've been running longer than this, but you just like watch the clock and then you feel like your soul is getting destroyed. It's the worst.
No. So Mitzi says, favorite fairy tale picture books, Rough Face Girl and Lon Popo. Yes, Lon Popo. I forgot all about that one. That one is an awesome one. Yes.
I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, that one's a wonderful one. When I worked in the library at St. Joseph, I had Lon Popo in my library there. And I want to say I had it when I taught second grade as well and used it in my classroom. But they didn't have that, or I didn't think about looking for it at, Catherine and Debbie's library. Amy's making fun of you in basketball.
Basketball. Yeah,
do you actually really even know anything about basketball, Kelsi?
Kinda, yeah. But I mean, Paul's doing play-by-play for like a girls' basketball team. Like he is the play-by-play guy. He's got to like wear matching like outfits to the team. Well, everybody does, not just him. But like when they travel, they're like all traveling because they've got different outfits. They could wear like the white shirt with the black pants and the green shirt with the gray pants. Anyway, so he travels around with the basketball team, and now he's going to watch the men's basketball team because he's going to be doing play by play for them. so he
Oh,
wants to
wow.
be familiar with the guys.
Oh,
But we
good.
both like the Celtics, which is a basketball team. Technically, they are my team, but I don't really like basketball as a whole. I like hockey a lot. Like, I love
Mhm.
hockey. But
Yeah.
basketball, I don't really know too much about, like, the actual rules. Believe it or not, and this is funny because you know how short I am, Kat. I was on a basketball team in, like, elementary school,
Oh,
but
that is funny.
yeah, like, someone who's 4'11" is like, "Yeah, I'm gonna make the free throw." We were really bad.
That's pretty funny. That is pretty funny.
I think everybody
Um,
got on the team. I don't think there was tryouts or anything.
well, it depends on what grade you were in.
I was really, like, young, probably, like, 1st grade.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, they never usually cut anybody. I
Yeah,
would say probably, at least at the schools I worked at, I don't think they cut anybody until maybe, like, 5th grade, middle school,
yeah,
and I don't think they cut kids if there was only, like, 1 kid or 2 kids. Everybody would make the team at that point because that's kinda
yeah, it's
funky, I think, if they cut kids, like, oh, having only 1 kid or 2 kids
yeah.
cut, 'cause, I mean, they can always play,
And
you
I had a
know.
basketball goal too, which I did love to play, like, outside my house, like, just, like, casually shooting the ball, but, like, real game, no. Bad at it, don't
Mhm.
know anything, don't know why they do some things.
Right. Okay, so I was thinking maybe we could start our first sprint with 30 minutes. Everybody okay with that, or would y'all prefer 45 minutes? It really doesn't make a difference to me. We're gonna do at least 3 sets of sprints, for tonight or this afternoon, late this afternoon. So,
You've got your
mm,
kitty set up?
I have my kitty set up. I set that all up. I even changed the
Yay!
color of my kitty.
Oh, good.
I
I
tried
can't
to
wait to
make it kind of
see.
look I tried to kind of make it look like Poir, but they didn't have any striped kitties.
Aw, no
So,
stripes? Come on, what are you doing?
no stripe they did not have that option. No
No, not
stripe.
you, I meant the website, like, what
Oh,
are they
yeah, I
thinking? They
know. I
need
don't know.
stripes.
I don't know. So Amy says whatever is fine. I guess it all depends on what everybody's doing. Are some people getting ready
And you
to.
could always make it 45 for the second one.
I could. That's
For the
true.
first one, you could just do 30, come back, and then see what everybody's thinking.
Okay. Okay. That might be
I'm
good.
gonna be dipping out, though, because of this dumb run and basketball. My life. Thank you for making it so early so I could pop on with you and be a part of this historic event, though. And congratulations, Kat. Even though you're
Thank
all gonna
you.
get hung up on the unlisted part, don't. You should be proud. You did a good job. You still fixed it live, and that's like pressure in itself is fixing it while you're live. You did that. You set everything up, and this is your first readathon. Let's go. It's so awesome. You should be proud.
Woohoo! Yay. Well, thank you so much for coming by. I appreciate it.
I'm sorry I can't
Okay.
stay longer, everybody, and Kat. I'm sorry.
Okay, don't leave yet because I wanna make sure I do this Pomodoro
Don't worry,
kitty
I
thing
won't leave till
correctly
the
first.
kitty is going.
Okay.
I will
So,
leave.
okay.
You're muted now, so share your screen. Remember, present your screen, share screen, and your mic's muted. She's preparing ahead of time.
I was trying to prepare ahead of time.
I know. You
Okay, I
can
won't
mute
mute
it
you yet.
after.
Okay, that's right. Present, share screen. Okay, I got this part. Woohoo! I'm glad. You see, if you would have left me,
Oh, no. You can do it, Kat.
I can do it. Oh, did it come up?
Yep,
Okay, here we go. We're starting,
and then you're muting.
and I'm muting. Okay,
Bye,
guys, see
Kat.
y'all in 30 minutes. Bye, Kelsey.
Bye. Bye, everybody.
Okay, everybody. How did y'all do? I read a little bit of Stardust. I also had to call my husband. He called in the middle of all the lives when I was talking earlier, so I needed to call him real quick to let him know that I was sprinting. And then I tried to read a couple of pages of Stardust. Anybody out there ever read Stardust by Neil Gaiman? Rally Review says, I just got in, so nothing yet. Don't feel bad. I mean, I've been here and just got a couple of pages. So, you're still here. Yay. Thank you, Sarah Ann. You don't know how much I appreciate y'all still being here. Ooh, you got to 2 chapters. Good for you, Amy. You haven't read Stardust yet? I have read Neil Gaiman, some of Neil Gaiman's, but never this. I've seen the movie, but it was so long ago. I kind of vaguely remember it, but I'm enjoying it so far. You read 1 chapter. Good. Retro Betty says, good start, but waylaid by dinner. I understand. I have not read any game and I need to. Oh, yes, Amy. Oh, he's so good. Oh, my gosh, Amy. Can I just recommend that if you read something by Neil Gaiman, start with Coraline. I would definitely start with Coraline. That's the very first thing I ever read by him. It's a middle grade, but it's like middle grade, junior high, and it has super creepy vibes. I love it. It's one of my favorites. And they even have a movie, and the movie's kind of creepy too. I think it would be like the perfect read for October. I mean, that's just my opinion. But I've also read the Graveyard Book, which is really good as well. It's really dark. It's another one that's like middle grade, junior high. And Ocean at the End of the Lane, read that one. But Coraline is like one of my favorites for sure. Okay, Mary read 1.5 chapters. It's great so far. Good. Y'all are doing so well. And then Susan, you finished King's Decree and the first chapter of Aesop's Fables. Awesome. Yeah, I agree. It is. Oh, you didn't realize it was his. Yes. Neil Gaiman. He actually, I want to say, and I mean, don't quote me on this, but I want to say he started off with comic books. He was responsible for writing The Sandman, which I have that comic book, but I haven't read it yet. And then he wrote, I want to say, some books with Terry Pratchett. He also has picture books as well. I mean, I have a couple of his picture books, but he's fantasy and like dark fantasy, in my opinion. Yeah, so Retro Betty, you second Coraline. It is so good. Sarah Ann's encouraging you to read, Amy, Coraline. It's definitely a great one to start with, I think. Susan says, I wanted to read and watch Coraline. Definitely going to now. I would, Susan. It is not very long at all. And it has, it's got creepy vibes in it. And there is a part in there that I'm just like, I don't know. It just gives me the creeps when I think about it. And I can't say anything about it because it will spoil. Yes, definitely, Amy. I would put that on your list whenever you want to read it. I'm not going to tell you when to read it, but it's definitely one that has like spooky vibes. But yeah, it's just wonderful. And I think they did a wonderful job with the film. I'm not 100% sure, but I think Tim Burton might have been the one that did the film. Let me look real quick. Let me see. I don't know. Anybody know? Oh no. It's directed by Henry Selick. But it is a stop motion animation, but really, really, really good. And then it has the tagline, "Be careful what you wish for," because sometimes when you wish for something and you get it, it's not always what you thought it was going to be. The grass is not always greener on the other side. Yes. Then I think you will really like it, especially if you enjoy middle grade fantasy as well. I say middle grade, junior high, because I kind of think depending on what kind of a student you are in like 5th or 6th grade, it might be a little too creepy for you. But I think once you get into junior high, but I mean, I love it as an adult. I mean, I read it as an adult and just loved it a lot. But Stardust is supposed to be an adult fairy tale. And like I had said earlier at the beginning of the sprints, I was supposed to be reading this in January and finishing in January, but I didn't get to finish it. So in a way, it's kind of, I guess, good that it's kind of starting off my readathon with finishing up this book. See, Amy says, I haven't read much middle grade as an adult, but as a kid, I was reading R.L. Stine. Yes. I did not read R.L. Stine as a kid because I don't think R.L. Stine was out when I was a kid. But I did, I know all about R.L. Stine because my oldest son is 34 and he read a lot of that. He's the same age as Kelsi. So I bought quite a few Goosebumps for him. And then crazily enough, he didn't want any of his Goosebumps books. And Andrew, my youngest one, had no interest. Andrew doesn't like anything really creepy. And even though it's Goosebumps, and some of them have a huge creep factor. And some of them, it's always like by the time you get to the end, there's like some kind of an explanation, of why something happened. Well, they didn't want them, and I was trying to clear space. And so I actually gave his Goosebumps away to a student of mine, his little brother. And now that I'm doing my channel and stuff, I'm thinking, I could have had my Goosebumps books. But I mean, I did a good thing, and he enjoyed them and loved them. And so now I just have to go out and buy my own Goosebumps. Yes, I always like the creepy stuff too. I liked a lot of mystery and fantasy, and growing up, loved Nancy Drew. But I don't know if you've read any Lois Duncan, but she actually has a couple of her novels that they updated to be a little more current. And I want to say it was I Know What You Did Last Summer and maybe Killing Mr. Griffin. When I read them, they didn't have cell phones and stuff in it, but I ended up getting a copy of, I think, 3 books in one, like an omnibus, and they had 2 of the stories, I want to say, maybe all 3, they ended up updating it. So like it's in more modern times. The story is the same, but like they'll have cell phones in it, which they never had, when I read it. Hey, Crystal, thank you for joining us. I'm so happy you're here. Is there a film adaptation? Yes. Of Stardust? Yes, Mary. That's the one with Michelle Pfeiffer. And I want to say Claire Danes is in it. I can't remember who the male character is. His name is Tristram in the book, which I call him Tristan because it's too hard to say Tristram every time. And Yes. So I will definitely watch, the film adaptation at some point after reading it. But like I said, it's been so long that I can't even remember. I want to say Claire Danes might be the star, but I could totally be wrong with that. And I don't know if Michelle Pfeiffer is a witch or not. I can't remember. That's how long it's been. But I remember liking the movie. And Amy's telling Crystal hello, and Crystal's telling Amy hello. Crystal, are you reading anything, or what? Are you kicking off? What are you starting with? Yeah, she's confirming Claire Danes is in it. Do you know if Claire Danes is the star, or is Claire Danes the love interest at the beginning? No. Yeah, so it's a short month, and I figured that all I would be reading this month would be my Folklore February reads, my TBR, but I am reading a book for the Cozy Cottage book club, which is Creatures Great and Small by James Harriet, which I know Mitzi from Mitzi Reads and Writes, she talked about that on her channel and said how good it is. And I got the Cabin at the End of the World, which that's the book club pick from my book club with Kelsi. So I have to read that. And there was something else. I'm going to be reading my Agatha Christie book. It's a nonfiction. So I have all month to read that. Whew. Plus my Tranquility by Tuesday, and then that other book, The Subtle Art of Not Caring, because it has such a terrible title. I hate saying it. But the books that the last two, Tranquility by Tuesday and The Subtle Art, I'm reading a chapter like a week. So it's not, too daunting, but I won't be finished either one of them until like March. Crystal's saying, I'm just getting home and exercised a bit. Now fixing dinner. I'll probably start with the short story collection, The Merry Spinster. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Amy, I'm curious what you'll think of the Paul Tremblay. People seem to love it or hate it. It is my first Paul Tremblay. I haven't read anything by him. In fact, I wanted to read his book. I think it's called Head Full of Ghosts. And just never got around to getting a copy of it. But I was kind of bummed out because I wanted the book with the cover that's on the hardcover book, but I ended up having to get the movie tie-in because Amazon had the hardcover, but they wanted, I think, $49.99 for it. And I'm like, I am not paying $49.99 for a hardcover book. That was published in 2018. I mean, it'd be different if it was like some kind of a classic from the 1800s or something, but I'm not spending that much. So I ran to Books A Million yesterday because I'm doing Frugal February, and I'm not supposed to be spending any money in the month of February unless it's absolutely necessary. So I ran into Books A Million, literally had, I think, 12 minutes to check my books out, but I ran to the counter, asked them if they had the 3 books I needed, and then ran out. And all they had was the movie tie-in. I was hoping that they were going to have a hardcover, on their shelves, but it is what it is. Yes, I saw that on Instagram that you had read it. You think it's great. That's good. And you're looking forward to the movie. Yes, I did not make the connection about the movie. I had seen the trailer for the movie and thought it looked great because I like Dave Bautista, and had no clue that it was the same, that it was anything to do with Paul Tremblay's book until Kelsi told me. And when we nominated it for our as one of our book choices, that's the one that ended up winning. So yeah, okay, Crystal. So Claire Danes is Who Falls from the Sky in Stardust. Okay, yes. I can vaguely just remember the 2 actresses. I have no clue. I cannot remember who the the male love interest is. But I do remember enjoying that movie. And I'm not really like the good news about reading a book that you've seen a movie first. If it's been a long time since you've seen the movie, it doesn't take away from reading the book. I have a hard time watching a movie and then having to go read the book after. I need time. You know, I can pretty much read the book and then watch the movie, although I try very hard to shut off the comparison in my brain. Amy says, I can't wait for the movie. Paul said that even if you've read the book, the movie is surprising. So I'm interested to see what's changed. Yeah. And then I know, like in our book club discussion that we had in January, one of our members was saying something about how people didn't really know that he was tied to it. Like they left the information off, like M. Night Shyamalan. So I don't know if that was intentional or not. I hope not. I mean, I think credit needs to be given to the person who, you know, wrote the story. Yeah. Yeah, you like me, Crystal. You probably watched Stardust when it first came out. That's when I did. A lot of movies I'm like that. I watch it one time and it's been so long, you know, because I watched it back in the day. Now you have access to pretty much everything if you want to catch up to it. Well, do y'all want to start another round of sprints, or does anybody have anything else they want to bring up? I don't know. I know this is probably dinner time for a lot of you, depending on where you're at. It's 5:07 here in Louisiana. So those of you Eastern time, it would be put y'all at 6 o'clock. Retro Betty, are you Eastern? Central? What's your time zone? Okay, yep, I'm ready. I'm trying to actually get reading done today. I hear you. It's 4 in Arizona. Okay, Mary, that's good to know. 4, so you're an hour ahead. Okay. Are you mountain time? What is your time zone? I know Colorado's like mountain time. Oh, Susan, you're in Oregon, so you're Pacific time. So you're good. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of good to know where everybody is at. So that way in the future, when I do sprints, I can kind of, you know, do it to where everybody can join. So that is a good thing. Like I like to make a note of that. We have one of our members for our book club that lives in Oregon as well. And it's sometimes it's hard for her to get to this, you know, our club meeting by Zoom because she is just getting off of work. Arizona doesn't change, so I never remember what time zone. That's true. You don't have daylight savings time. You're a lucky duck. I wish that was how it was here, but because I hate all this back and forth. It really messes you up. I am like the worst during the 4 months when we have to go back. I need to spring forward and stay forward forever. Halko! Yes, I am sprinting. You're reading Swan Song. That's good. I know you had started, and that's a good thing. I'm so glad you made it and you're here. Can you believe this is my very first sprint? You missed all the debacle at the very beginning. I had a couple of hiccups, but thank goodness Kelsi was here and Amy was here to help me through it, and that I still had people when I came back from sprinting. Halko, you're a Texan? Yay. That's good. You Central Time. Oh, yay. How far are you? Yes, that's just asking you for you in Texas. And you haven't started it yet. Oh, yeah. Amy, I'm gonna tell you, Swan Song, from what Kelsi says, is long. How many pages is it actually? Because just compared, I would have to compare it like to It or Needful Things. But I want to say It is very long. That was very long. I want to say like 1,000 pages. Or no, it can't be 1,000 pages. It was 800 or 900 pages, something like that. But that I think was the longest book I had to read in July. 950. That's long. I hope the words are not teeny tiny. I hope they're big, because 950 pages of really small print would be terrible. That might be a good one too. You could also, I can't do audio, but it might be a good one for audio. Over 200 pages. I'm also a really slow reader. Yeah. I'm pretty slow too. I used to be really fast when I was younger, and I don't know. I feel like I've just slowed down in my pace of reading as I've gotten older. I don't know why, but I'm just not nearly as fast. And I think it's also harder to focus and concentrate. I don't know why that is too. Although I will say I felt like I couldn't focus a lot during COVID. And you would think with COVID, you had all the time in the world to read. But initially, when COVID happened, I felt like all I was doing was watching the numbers and focusing on what was happening in the news and all that stuff. So it was very distracting. But I'm glad that I ended up, I got back to reading, because I can't imagine not ever reading. Oh, good. Amy says she got audio to help her along, because I have the mass market. Oh, yeah, with the tiny print. Yeah, that'd be hard on your eyes. Crystal started the audio for Swan Song today. It's 25 hours long. Well, I mean, that's almost like an hour a day. You know, you could finish it by the end of the month if you listen to it for an hour a day. And who's the narrator? If the narrator is a person that you could kind of maybe speed it up a little bit without it sounding like a chipmunk, then that might be good too. So I was thinking for the next set of sprints, we could go ahead and do 45 minutes if everybody's okay with that. Give us a little bit of longer time. So if anybody needs to eat dinner or grab a snack or do something and then get to reading, it'll give us a good chunk of time for reading. Hey, Katrina! I'm so happy you joined us. Katrina, we are about to do another round of sprints. I'm going to do the second set of sprints, and then I'm going to go ahead and do a third. So we will come back after this one and chat for a few minutes. So let me go ahead and set this kitty cat up. I'm trying to remember what I did last time. I got a... Oh, I know I need to change the timer is what I need to do. Let's do that first. Okay, I got the timer set, and now I'm going to share. Start it. I did it successfully. Woo! Okay, so I'll see you guys back in 45 minutes. Happy reading. Welcome back, everybody. How did everybody do? Oh, I need to turn on my light. Sorry. Hold on. Okay. Now I don't feel so dark. Okay, so how did everybody do? I know Katrina came in right when we were about to go out. She started Cotton Candy Massacre and she's loving it. I've heard of that, but I have not read it. And then Amy wants to read that as well. She's going to read that one in the summer. Halco also thinks that sounds fun. Crystal's saying that the narrator for Swan Song is good, or she likes it. And Katrina's saying that Cotton Candy Massacre is good. She'll probably finish tonight. Susan also thinks it sounds like a really good one. She's going to have to check it out. Okay, so Amy has not started yet. She was hoping the narration was good. I think that's very important, that if you have a good narrator, it does make a big difference. Swamp Gas popped in and said hello. Are you still here, Swamp Gas? I'm so glad you joined. Susan saying she has to leave early. This was a lot of fun. Oh, thank you for coming, Susan. It really means a lot to me that you stopped by. I really, really, really appreciate it. Hey, Kelly. Hello. I'm so glad you popped in to say hello. This is my first set of sprints, so I'm really happy you stopped by. And it is the kickoff. Today's February 1st for Folklore February. Amy read 30 pages. Good for you, because I think I read maybe 6 or 7. I had to take my dogs out for a few minutes. In fact, I apologize if you hear any weird noises in the background. That is because Luna is chewing on her elk chew bone thing or whatever. The dogs, I don't know how your dogs are. If you have dogs, my dogs have to follow me everywhere I go when my husband is not home. I mean, they usually stick with me even sometimes when he is home, but they will follow me from room to room to room to room. I cannot lock them out. They would cry outside the door. So that's why you see the doors open, so they can come and go. But they're a mess. Okay, Retro Betty says the only problem is I'm so into my book that I'm going to stay up way too late. Yeah, I wish I could stay up way too late to read. I used to be able to, but reading puts me to sleep. I switch back. This is Mary. I switch back to Dear Mrs. Bird. I want to read Son of the Deep when I'm not reading two books. Yeah, I don't know about you guys. How many books do you read at one time? I know there's some people that read just, one book and they read it from beginning to end and don't read anything else. But I have always been the type of reader that reads several different books at one time. Generally, it's always been, I would read an adult fiction book, a nonfiction, and then usually some children's literature. So it would be either a picture book or a middle grade, junior high, YA, something. And I try very hard not to read if whatever 3 I'm reading, I try not to read anything that has the same topic, subject matter, because I did that one time and it was very confusing. I kept getting my characters confused between the 2 books. But I always have a few books going at one time because I'll pick it up and I'll read a couple of pages of it. Nonfiction is like that. You can read like a chapter at a time. And the 2 that I'm reading, at least one of them, I'm doing a little project with. And so there's activity you have to do with it. Crystal said, I had dinner and got all that sorted. Didn't have much time left in the sprint. So I just read The Nail by Brothers Grimm. How was it? How was The Nail? Halco, I had dinner too and read a bit. Everybody's eating dinner. I hope y'all ate something really good. I ate a late lunch because I filmed my Agatha Christie video, and I'm also doing a birthday project. And my birthday project is this year. I don't know why I do this to myself, but I decided I try to do something special for people on their birthdays. I always send them a card, but I decided this year I wanted to create videos for friends and family. And so I film a video, and then depending on who it is, like Kelsi, I did a whole dramatic thing that was around Friday the 13th. It was so ridiculous and crazy, but I figured it would help me with my editing skills. So that's one reason why I decided to do it. It's kind of silly, but my sister's birthday was yesterday, and my niece's birthday is tomorrow, her daughter. And so I had to also film that video, but I was able to edit hers. Kelsi has been the only person I've done that it's been kind of dramatic. Silly, kind of silly. Amy says, my dogs do the same thing. You can usually hear my dog Jade scratching at my door in my videos if I have it closed. There have been times where Kelsi and I will be on this having, I don't know, for one of our movie marathons. And in the middle of my door was like not completely closed. And all of a sudden the door just opened. So it looked like a ghost had entered the room, but it was just my little dog Tootie. Helga says, I usually read more than one book at a time too. Yes. I really do think it depends on what you're reading, especially if, you're reading, I don't know, like sometimes you're in a mood to read one over the other, especially if I'm reading a book that takes deep concentration. Sometimes if it's like too challenging, like I need a break and read something that I can read a little bit faster. Generally, like children's lit, I can read a little bit faster, as long as it's not like fantasy. If it's just like a contemporary, then I'm usually okay with that. Crystal says, I usually have several on the go and in different formats. So an audiobook, a physical book, and an ebook. That's a good idea. And usually I have a short story collection on the go, and I read one a day. Yeah, short. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry about the barking. Either someone has delivered something on the porch, and Luna has like these ears that, she can hear everything, and she doesn't sound ladylike at all. Okay, calm down. And then, of course, if she barks, then Tootie barks, and they're going to bark together. So I am so sorry about that. But I think the short story collection is good, too, if you can read something on the go. I need to be better about that, because some short stories are short enough that you can read them like in 30 minutes, or maybe an hour. So that is a great idea. I have several short story collections I have to get to. Amy says, I usually read one at a time unless the book I'm reading is super long or a story collection or something. Then I'll add on a second book to rotate with. Yeah, it fascinates me how, we all love to read and our different reading styles. About the only time I'll really stick with one book is if the book is like super good. That happened to me with that book, No Exit by Taylor Adams. That was my book club pick in January. And I ended up with some time. And I was devouring that book. It was crazy good. Swamp Gas says, reading. I hate reading. I hate Fairyland graphic novels by Scotty Young and the African Queen of Horror for Fairy Tale Month. Reading, I hate Fairyland. Am I reading that wrong? The Nailhead, very good message of not ignoring your small problems because they will turn into big problems. That was a very good message. Very good. And I do think that is true. If you don't do the little things, it will get out of hand for sure. Mary says, I usually read a nonfiction and a fiction. This month, my mom and I are buddy reading Jane Eyre. Oh, it's so wonderful. It has been, I read Jane Eyre back in high school, and I've never read it a second time. I in my mind today, I loved it, and I don't know if my adult self would love it as much as my high school self did. Mom reads really slowly, so I need another novel to keep me entertained. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. Generally, I am the slower reader, so that even happened. Kelsi and I were supposed to read the Last House on Needless Street, and I never could get to it because I was so slow reading whatever the other books I had to read, and she read it without me. And then I was supposed to read it for Halloween, and then couldn't get to it. So yeah, it is what it is. I really am shocked that for 3 months in a row, I read 10 books. And in October, one of the books was Needful Things, which was super long. I think that's why I didn't read hardly anything. Well, I can't even say hardly anything. I think that's why I did not read anything other than No Exit, because I just needed a brain break. And I didn't even create a TBR for January because I just didn't want the stress of it. Oh, I think Luna left, so I'm going to close this. Hopefully, it sounds like my oldest son is in the kitchen, so she's probably trying to see if she can get something. Crystal says, just realized The Gallant Tailor is a Grimm story, so I'm definitely going to read that and then see if the Mickey Mouse version is on Disney Plus to watch. Perfect. Yeah, I'm really interested to know what you guys participating in this readathon are going to be watching. I am, as I said in my TBR video, I am planning to watch the Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio. I probably will rewatch the Disney version of Pinocchio too. I don't know if maybe I should read that. I mean, I should watch that first and then watch the newer one. I do know that there's another version of Pinocchio with Tom Hanks in it. And at first I thought that was the one by Guillermo del Toro, but it is not. And I don't know if I'm just going to stick with one because I think it would be fun to watch a bunch. I think after I decided to do Folklore February, the first thing that prompted me to do it was reading the Krampus, all about the folklore with the Krampus and the witches in Europe. And then I ended up watching Frozen, and I discovered that Frozen was based on The Snow Queen by Hans Christian Andersen. And I'm like, you know what? I think I want to, do something with the folk tales and fairy tales. And so that prompted me to even start the readathon. But I also figured with it being a short month that it would be a good excuse to delve into some picture books. I love them. Amy says, I have no clue what I'm going to watch. I love Disney movies, but I'd like to watch something I haven't seen yet. Yeah, that's a good idea. I guess that's another reason why I wouldn't mind seeing the Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio. But there's a lot of stuff out there. I guess because my children are grown, so and they're boys, so they wouldn't have wanted to see Frozen anyway. In fact, they were making fun of me. At least my youngest son, Andrew, was making fun of me when I was watching Frozen because I put that on my Christmas marathon list. I have a 12 days of like a 12 movies I watch that are Christmas horror, and then I have 12 that are like what I call classic Christmas or just traditional Christmas movies. And Frozen was my last one that I watched for that. But I loved it. I thought it was, I mean, I can kind of see what the hype is all about. I loved it. I gave it 5 stars. But there's just so many good ones. I mean, I just recently watched Beauty and the Beast, the live version of that. But there's so many good ones out there. And Disney Plus, is wonderful if you have Disney Plus. So Crystal doesn't know what she's going to watch either. I was almost thinking too about, I mean, I don't want to commit to it, but I was almost thinking about watching or rewatching Once Upon a Time, which was a TV program that I watched a long time ago. And for whatever reason, I was not able to finish watching the whole entire series. So I think that would be kind of fun to watch, but I know for a fact there I wouldn't be able to watch the whole entire series. And I think there is also, this is like a long time ago, and I'll have to look it up, but there was a show about the Grimm brothers, but it was like modern day or something. I don't know if any of y'all have ever seen that, but I like that. I think it came on like ABC or something on a Friday night, but something always happens when you would watch live television, at least for me. I would start with a series and then something would happen. I was either taking a class or we had meetings for school in the evening or something would happen and I'd get off track and then I could never catch up. Crystal says, anyone watch Gretel and Hansel? I remember the trailer looking pretty interesting. Is this the one? Is Gretel and Hansel the one with the weird poster where the woman had the thing coming out of her mouth, the thread? Because if that's the case, that one was really weird. Really weird. Swamgas says, if you want an adventurous, psychedelic animated fairy tale movie, try Son of the White Mare from Hungary. Hey, do you know where that's at? Is it Netflix? Amy's saying, I kind of want to binge watch the Once Upon a Time, but I don't think I can commit to the whole thing. I'm the same way, Amy. I don't think I'd be able to. Halco said Beauty and the Beast is my favorite Disney movie. And oh my God, the Pinocchio donkey scene scared me as a kid. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Beauty and the Beast is such a beautiful Disney movie, in my opinion. And it's also one that really can be well done in the theater. I know they did Beauty and the Beast at the school that I worked at on stage, and it was so beautiful to watch. It was funny how the costumes were too. Like, you know, that like they had the wardrobe and there was a kid in the wardrobe. It was just hilarious. I loved it. But I love Beauty and the Beast. It's such beautiful music. Let's see. Swamp Gas to Crystal. I really like the cinematography of Gretel and Hansel. So Amy, you're saying, yeah, it was good for Gretel and Hansel. Beautiful to watch. Crystal said, cool. I may see if I can find that one to store. Retro Betty, whoever slew Auntie Roo is pretty good and references Hansel and Gretel if someone is looking for a movie. And is this, let's see, whoever slew Auntie Roo. I guess it's dark. How recent is it? Stream instead of store. Well, I thought maybe you were storing it in like a DVR or something like that. I don't know. I don't have all that. Amy says Matt Damon and Heath Ledger did a Grimm movie. That was fun, but I've seen it a bunch. I want to watch something new. Yes, I've seen that one a while ago. Yeah, that was a fun one. Crystal says, I'll have to look that one up. I've not heard of that one. Yeah, I wrote down whoever slew Auntie Roo. And Retro Betty says it's from the 70s and stars Shelley Winters, and she is way over the top. Wow, Shelley Winters. That is old. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Okay, so I guess if everybody's ready, we could do another set of sprints. Is everybody okay with would anybody want to go longer, like do an extra set after this? Or would y'all want this to be the last sprints for the night? Let me know, because I could do an extra one if we want to. Swamp Gas's Brothers Grimm's What Matter was directed by Terry Gilliam, who did Time, and it's in Brazil. Also, Baron Munchausen might fit the fairy tale bill by the same director. I would think so. Halko says I still need to see the Brothers Grimm. Oh, I think you would like it, Halko. It's good. It really is good. So, guys, give me some thoughts of what y'all want to do. If y'all want this to be the last set of sprints, or if we want to do this sprint and an extra one. I can do that, and we can do 45 minutes if everybody. Halko says he can go longer. Mary said, this will be my last sprint. I've enjoyed it. Thanks. Okay. Whatever works for you, I'm good with. Amy says, okay, so let's go ahead and we'll do this sprint and then the next, and then we'll just do 2 more sprints. And that way I'll give everybody some time to read. But I do appreciate everyone who's stuck with us. This is fun. Longer is good. Thank you, Crystal. I really do appreciate everybody being here. You know, this is my first time, and it was kind of nerve-wracking in the beginning. So I'm starting to finally kind of feel like I'm relaxing. Okay, so I'll go ahead and set it for 45 minutes. Let me go ahead and get this set up. Oh, I know what I want to do first. The timer is set. So I'm going to start it, and then I got to share my screen. Sorry, I have to kind of talk out loud to myself. Okay, so there we are. Okay, guys, so I'll see y'all in about 45 minutes. Happy reading. Hello. How did everybody do? I did not get any reading done. I was too busy doing other things. Oh, and I forgot my light again. Oh. Sorry, I'm using a different light other than a ring light, and it gets very hot. Instead, I listened to a friend of mine, an improv friend of mine that is entering a voice acting contest. So he sent me a clip of what he's sending in. It was so good. And answered text, went and ate a half of a bagel with cream cheese. I guess that's going to be my dinner tonight. What else? Started looking through my current magazine. There's all kinds of stationery in it. I love stationery. I love cards and stickers and all that kind of stuff. And I'm trying to think what else I did. Oh, dealt with my dogs. So let's see. Swamp Gas says February 17th, Carnival Row Season 2 comes to Amazon Prime with Orlando Bloom. It has all kinds of fairy folk and high production value. I might need to check that out. If it's only 2 seasons, then I could possibly finish that, in the month of February. Oh, Amy, you didn't read either, and you were hoping to. You had to take your dogs out and then got distracted cleaning up the kitchen. Yeah, I know how that can be. I'm very distractible lately anyway. Katrina, welcome back. You didn't get a ton of reading done, but you got to eat some dinner. Ooh, what did you eat? Something good? Probably something better than a bagel with cream cheese. Started the first story in The Merry Spinster and got the kiddo to bed. Excellent. Retro Betty, no reading, but got lots of work done. Well, that's good. You were at least productive, more productive than I was. And then Katrina says Carnival Row is good. Yeah, I will mark that down too. So I always like having suggestions. Carnival Row. I guess that's a TV show that is specifically for Amazon Prime. Like one of their made for TV. Bye, Mary. Thanks for coming. I really appreciate you. Have a great night. Katrina says she is at work, so she ate some leftover white bean soup. It was so good. Yummy. Did you have anything in it like shrimp or ham? I'm like trying to get all into your dinner. Uh-oh. So I don't know. Lunabella is just very, very growly. I do apologize. So I guess we will go ahead and do one more sprint and then, we'll end the night. I can't believe that we've been doing this for 3 hours. This is amazing. Anybody, what are your plans after you sprint? I know I'll probably start editing my video. Katrina says it had feta and harissa. I've never heard of that. So spicy and good. Ooh. And then Amy, I got to head out too. Thanks so much for the sprint. You did awesome. Thank you, Amy. I really appreciate that. I appreciate you being here because you did help me with troubleshooting earlier. And hopefully I won't make those mistakes again. I'll still be reading and crocheting after this. Oh, awesome. What you crocheting? Night, Amy. And you'll probably keep reading, Crystal. That sounds good. Yeah, I think part of my issue with filming is like a lot of times I want to film and then edit right away. And then I'll edit to like, I don't know, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. I need to get out of that habit. I need to be like, it's okay. I can wait until the next day. But I really probably should read for the rest of the evening because I really do need to finish Stardust because I want to start, my other books on my TBR. And I'm only on page 130. And the whole entire book is 279. So I'm not even quite halfway there. It is good. I'm not saying it's not good. Making a Hello Kitty dress as Jason Voorhees from my niece. Wow. That's pretty interesting. How old's your niece? How many of y'all are participating in the Garb August thing for Ollie this weekend? I know, Crystal, you are. I'm pretty sure, Katrina, you are too. Crystal thinks that sounds awesome, Halco. I would like to participate in that. I have a busy weekend, though, on Saturday and Sunday. My husband and I are attending our niece and her fiance's couple shower. She's getting married in March, but they're having a couple shower on Saturday. And then Sunday, if the weather is good, we are going to attend a event that they're having, like Mardi Gras themed, at a local brewery in our area. I'm not a beer drinker, but sometimes they do have flavored beers that I can kind of tolerate. But I'm hoping we can go because the last couple events they had, they both got rained out, or they still held it, but it was raining, and I'm not going to go out in the rain. But and I just don't know what to read. I don't know if I have anything trashy. I mean, honestly, I will tell you, I do have some Anne Rice books that she wrote under a different name. I can see why she did, but I think they're too spicy for me. Way, way too spicy. And it has to do with, I believe it's Cinderella. No. I take that back. It's Sleeping Beauty. There's like a trilogy. And it's like erotica or something like that. I think that's just too, I don't think I can handle that. But it is like Sleeping Beauty gets kidnapped or something. I don't know. I bought those books so long ago. I think I got them from like my Doubleday book club or something. Halco says his niece is a teenager and a huge horror fan like you. So good. Nothing wrong with that. That sounds so cool, Katrina thinks. Crystal, yeah, I'm getting my trash on this weekend. Well, I don't know. I have to look. I might have something in a box, but like I said, I don't think I could. I think I would scald my eyes with the Sleeping Beauty thing. It's just too much for me. Hi, Kristen. Hi, Kristen. Sorry, I can not see too well here. How are you? Welcome. The beauty books. I think they're all going to be intense because I kind of scanned through them briefly. And some of the things I saw in there, I'm like, I don't think I can handle this. Probably the spiciest book I ever read in my entire life was 9.5 Weeks, which that's the movie that Kim Basinger Basinger and Mickey Rourke were in. I don't even think I have that book anymore, but I think that's probably the spiciest book I've ever read. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do with these books. I don't think, like I said, I don't think they, I mean, they look pretty. And I'm trying to think what name she wrote under. Let me see. Let me go look real quick. Let me see. Yeah, the first one's called, oh yeah, I cannot pronounce the name she writes under. It's A.N. Roquelaure, Roquelaure. It's The Claiming of Sleeping Beauty. It's the first of the acclaimed series of erotic adventures of Sleeping Beauty. So clearly, I didn't know what that meant back in the day. This was published in 1983. And then the second one is called Anne Rice, okay, writing as Anne, whatever, Beauty's Punishment. And it's the further erotic adventures of Sleeping Beauty. You can see this. I mean, they're pretty covers. And this was published in 1984. And then the last one is the conclusion of the erotic adventures of Sleeping Beauty, and it's called Beauty's Release. But I don't know. The one scene I read was just, I couldn't handle it. 1985. So she read them one behind the other. So I guess basically these are like her like Harlequin romance. I'll have to check it against when she published Interview with a Vampire, because I read that one and I thought that was fine. Welcome back, Swamp Gas. Crystal, did you read them? Did you read the Sleeping Beauty books? You're saying they're super steamy. Yes, I would say steamy. All right, just the one little passage. They're way more smutty than 9.5 Weeks. Probably not something you enjoy if you don't like smut. Yeah, probably not. I mean, I would think it would fall in the category of the trashy thing, maybe, but I don't know. I don't think so. I read those when I was probably way too young. Oh, no. That is pretty funny. Yeah, I don't know. I think I was kind of, I guess, blushing as I was reading just that one little section. I don't know. But yeah, that's me when it comes to like the romance stuff. Yeah, so I don't really know what else to read. I mean, I do have a bucket of books that are like older stuff. At one time, I know I had like Scruples. That would be kind of trashy, I would think. But I don't think I have it anymore. I don't know. And I think it's kind of big. And I don't think I'd have that much time to read it. I wonder if there's a trashy middle grade book I could read. I wonder if there's a trashy picture book I could read. Crystal, you're making me laugh. My eyes were opened. Oh, yes, I'm sure. You were probably like, oh, that's how you felt about V.C. Andrews? Now, I did read V.C. Andrews, The Flowers in the Attic. That's another set of books I ended up giving away. I gave those away to my niece, I think. But I remember reading V.C. Andrews. I read Flowers in the Attic, at least I think there were 4 books at the time. And I think I also read My Sweet Audrina. Yeah, and you know what's weird about that is at the time I did think it was kind of scandalous, you know, because of the whole subject matter. But my friend Shelly and I like blew through those books. She would start, and then when she was finished, she'd pass it to me. And then I couldn't wait for her to finish the book. For whatever reason, I never read Andrews when I was young, but I've been reading as an adult, and they are so wild. Yeah, I've only read The Flowers in the Attic. Yes, it is messed up. But it's been a long time. I haven't read the series since I was in high school, and I do think my adult self, my adult version of myself, would probably be like shocked. I mean, I don't know if this happens to you, but back in the day, we listened to all kinds of music. And I don't think I ever really paid attention to some of the music that I listened to, like the Beastie Boys or Violent Femmes. And I can remember, like, I think it was the Beastie Boys, telling my son, I'm like, oh, yeah, this is great. It's so wonderful. It's awesome. And then as I'm playing it, I'm like listening to the lyrics. Clearly, as a teenager, you don't listen to lyrics. Or if you listen to them and you learn the lyrics, you're not really paying attention to what they mean or don't know what they mean. But anyway, I was like, well, Halgo says, I've only seen the movie. It's on Tubi right now. Yeah, I remember seeing the movie. I'm not sure if I remember if I liked it or not. Yeah, My Sweet Adrena is beyond crazy pants. I can't remember it. I can't remember it, and that's sad. It's been so long. Katrina says she needs to watch the movie. Yeah, I'm not really sure if the movie was as good as the books. I don't know. It's pretty cool that, V.C. Andrews is still making the rounds. But like I said, I don't have my books anymore. And I had like whatever the original when it was published. I don't know. It makes me sad that I've given away some of my books and not knowing that I was going to eventually have a channel that I was going to talk about books. The movie is pretty good, Crystal says. They changed the ending, though. Yeah. A lot of times they do that. I wonder if they do change the endings. I always wonder about that stuff. If they change the endings and certain things because they want to make sure that you're not going into the movie knowing exactly what's going to happen, perhaps, or they just do it because people who don't read books. It's like a Hollywood thing. I don't know. I do not know. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, anybody know of any middle grade or young adult trashy books? I don't know. And then I did see some, I didn't get to watch Ollie's video, but he did make a comment or was about like Charles Dickens was considered trashy, which I just can't imagine. But Kelsi explained to me like trashy also means like somebody, and I think Ollie explained this too, like somebody just publishing a book. They could be really popular, but just publishing it, to make the money kind of thing. I don't know. But I kind of wish I had like a old paperback, like a vintage paperback. I do have a, who was the name of that lady? She wrote The Reckoning. I can't think of what her name is. Oh, Jensen. Would her books be considered trashy? Because I do have one of hers. I don't know. Let me know if you think of anything. But I'm not reading these steamy Sleeping Beauty books. I can tell you that. That's for sure. Okay, so I guess we'll go ahead and start the last sprints for the evening if everybody is ready for that. And we'll go 45 minutes, if that's okay. Everybody okay with 45 minutes? And then I'll pop back on and we'll end right after that. Everybody good with that? Oh, good, Crystal. Ruby Jean Jensen, I think, would be considered trashy. I might DM you with the name of the book that I have. I found a book at the library sale one day. So Okay, good. Katrina says that's good. Let me go to, okay, my Pomodoro Kitty is set. Let me start it. Let's see, start. And then I got to share my screen. Learning all kinds of stuff tonight. Okay, see y'all in 45 minutes. Okay, that was our last sprint of the evening, and I did it. I did. I hosted my first set of sprints on my channel to kick off Folklore February. This was fun. This was exciting. And I am so happy that so many people attended my first set of sprints. And I hope that people got something accomplished. I actually read 15 pages of Stardust. So I got to, let's see what chapter I got to. I ended up getting to chapter 6. So I think what I'm going to do is go take a shower. And then I think I'm going to read for the rest of the evening and just not worry about editing until tomorrow. Thanks, Halko. I'm so glad that you made it. My kindred spirit made it, for my first set of sprints. And thanks, Retro Betty, with the woot woot. I'm so excited. Now that I know how to do this, I'm going to have some people have to help me, host these. I think it's a lot of fun when you can have a guest for sure. Thanks, Crystal. I appreciate it. Oh, and Crystal, the book that I have is The Haunting by Ruby Jean Jensen. I don't know if you've read that one, but I don't know if I could read that in a weekend. It's like 471 pages. So I'm going to still look. And if not, I'll just come visit whenever Ollie does sprints if I can and see what y'all are up to. And Crystal said, I finished the story I was reading, which was a dark retelling of The Little Mermaid. I hope you enjoyed it. That sounds like it would be fun. The Little Mermaid, I love The Little Mermaid as far as the Disney version. I've never read The Little Mermaid, the story, the actual written story of it. But I bet you it is pretty dark. So that's all I have, for tonight. Again, I appreciate y'all spending time with me for my first set of sprints. And as I always tell you, stay amazing and be adventurous and get lots of reading done. Until next time, love you guys. Bye.